I tell you, the priest is the most dangerous businessman on this earth. He is not interested in your spirituality. He is interested in your pocket. The church, the Vatican, they have all turned God into a commodity and the Bible into a price tag. Religion is not a search for truth. It is a cold, calculated business. And this business is the greatest enemy of your soul. Hello, my friends. I see you there. And I see the world we are living in together. For the first time in the history of this planet, we are coming close to a global death. Up to now, death was always an individual affair. People came and went, old people disappeared, and young children arrived to take their place. There was a continuity to life. The society continued, the world continued. But today, the situation is totally different. Now, the whole of humanity is confronted with the problem of its own extinction. For the first time, death is encountering life in its totality. And it is this very crisis that makes the time right for a new spirituality, a new religiousness to be born. You have been living under the shadow of what people call religion for thousands of years. But I tell you, authentic religion has yet to be born. What you know as religion is a crime. In the name of religion, more people have been killed than by anything else in history. This is because these religions are fake. They are pseudo. The word religion itself is beautiful. It comes from a root which means bringing together those who have fallen apart in their ignorance. It means waking them up so they can see that they are not separate from existence. When you truly wake up, you cannot even hurt a tree. Your compassion and love become spontaneous, not something cultivated through discipline. If love is a discipline, it is false. If non-violence is cultivated, it is false. But if it comes from the depth of your silence, it has a reality that is exquisitely deep. Now, before we go deeper into how the priests and politicians have poisoned your soul, I want to share something with you. If these words resonate with your heart, if you feel a flicker of truth in what I am saying, consider supporting this channel by clicking the join button. It helps us keep these teachings alive for future generations. Also, if you find this particular talk helpful, you can use the super thanks feature to show your appreciation. It is through your support that we can reach more seekers around the world. And don't forget to look at our collection of ebooks in the description. They are maps for your inner journey. What is religion? Religion is the highest flight of human consciousness. It is your individual search for truth. This truth cannot be made into an object of common knowledge. It is not like science. It is not objective. Each person has to go within themselves, and each time it is a fresh discovery. It doesn't matter if millions of people have attained awakening before you. The moment you attain it, it will be absolutely fresh because it cannot be borrowed. You cannot inherit it from your parents or your priests. The search consists of knowing your interiority. You have an outside. And the very existence of that outside is proof that there is an inside. No outside can exist without an inside. Your inner world consists of 3 layers. Thoughts are the most superficial layer. They are just ripples on the surface. Deeper than thoughts are your feelings, your moods, your sentiments, your heart. And then at the very center is your being. This being is your godliness. To know your own godliness, to know your own eternity, is the basic search of religion. But look at how you are built. All your senses lead you outside. Your eyes open to look at the world. Your ears hear what is happening outside. Your hands touch what is external. The senses are doors meant for going out. But always remember, the door that takes you out can also take you in. It is the same door, only the direction changes. To go out, you need open eyes. To come in, you need closed eyes and silent senses. The first person you encounter when you turn inward is your mind. But that is not your reality. Even though it is inside your skull, the mind is just a reflection of the outside. If a man is born blind, he cannot think about colors because he hasn't seen them. Reflection is not possible. All your thoughts are triggered by outside reality. They are a tremendous crowd within you, accumulating like a great wall of China, blocking your view of the truth. True religion knows only one method to cross this wall. It has many names, but the method is one: watchfulness. It is witnessing. You simply watch your thoughts with no judgment. Do not condemn them. Do not appreciate them. Do not choose between them. Just remain utterly aloof, like a man sitting by the side of a road, watching people pass by. As your watcher becomes stronger, your thoughts become fewer. If the watcher is 10% of your energy, 90% is wasted in thoughts. But if your watcher becomes 90%, only 10% remains as thought. The moment you are 100% a watcher, the mind becomes empty. This is meditation. And as you pass through the layer of thoughts, you come to the heart, the layer of feelings. The same method works here. You watch your moods, your sentiments, howsoever subtle they may be. Soon there will be no sentimentos, no moods. You have gone beyond the mind and the heart. Now there is utter silence. Nothing moves. This is your being. This is you. The taste of this silence is truth. The beauty of this being is the beauty of existence itself. You are no longer separate. You are one with the trees, the moon, the stars, and the mountains. You become part of God. But organized religion is a totally different affair. I have to make it clear to you that authentic religion is always individual. The moment truth is organized, it dies. It becomes a doctrine, a theology, a philosophy, but it is no longer an experience. The crowd cannot experience. Experience happens only to individuals separately. It is like love. You cannot have an organization of love where the priest loves on your behalf so that you don't have to bother. But that is exactly what has happened to religion. Whenever a man discovers the truth, the most cunning part of humanity, the priests, immediately surround him. They start compiling his words, they start interpreting them, and they tell the people that if they want to know the truth, they must go through them. They call themselves agents of God, prophets, messengers. But the reality is that they are self-appointed agents. They don't know God, but in the name of God, they exploit humanity. Organized religion is nothing but a form of politics. For 5,000 years, the priest and the politician have been in a conspiracy against you. They have divided your life between them. Your worldly life belongs to the politician. He is the ruler there. And your inner life belongs to the priest. He is the ruler there. It is unbelievable that even in the 20th century, a pope could declare that communicating with God directly is a sin. They want you to go through the right channel, the priest. Why? Because if you start going directly to the divine, millions of priests will be unemployed. Their whole function is to deceive you. They repeat scriptures like parrots, but their inner desire is for power, prestige, and money. If you are finding these insights valuable, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It lets the algorithm know that this message is important, and I invite you to share your thoughts in the comments below. Have you ever felt this conspiracy in your own life? Have you felt the weight of organized belief pressing down on your individual search? Let us start a conversation. Your engagement helps this community grow. The priests are no more than parrots. I have heard of a priest who taught his parrots to count beats and read the Bible. They crammed everything, but when a female parrot was introduced to the cage, they immediately dropped their beats and said, "Our prayers have been heard." Your priests are the same. Their prayers are for numbers, for the politics of population. Every religion tries to increase its numbers because numbers mean power. Mohammedans are allowed 4 wives to produce more children. The Pope travels to India to secure the votes of Christians for the politicians who welcome him. Organized religion is contentless. It is just the politics of numbers. Organized Christianity has added nothing to the statements of Jesus in 2000 years. So why the organization? It is not increasing religiousness. It is just repeating what is already in the books. Truth has always been found by individuals. That is the privilege of the individual and his dignity. Gautam Buddha, Mahavira, Jesus, none of them were part of an organized religion. They were seekers. Organized religions have created wars, just as politicians have. Politicians fight for socialism or fascism. Religions fight for God or their concept of truth. Millions have been killed in clashes between Christians and Mohammedans, Hindus and Buddhists. But religion has nothing to do with war. It is a search for peace. Organized religions are not interested in peace. They are interested in dominance. I condemn them just as I condemn politicians. When I say religious people should be respected and politicians should seek their advice, I am not talking about the leaders of organizations. I am talking about religious individuals. A religious individual is neither Hindu, nor Christian, nor Mohammedan. How can he be? God Himself is none of these things. A man who knows the divine becomes colored with divinity. He becomes a blessing to whoever comes near him. If we want the world to remain alive, we must move away from these forms of religion. Organized religions should drop their masks and come out as the politicians they really are. There is no harm in being a politician, but don't play the game in the name of God. We need to find the authentic religious individual who is rare, but even a few such people can lead the whole world toward the light. One of the foundational beliefs of all pseudo-religions is the idea of renunciation. You must understand this deeply. All religions have preached a division between this world and the world beyond death, between the body and the soul. They say the body belongs to this world and the soul to the other. Therefore, if you want to achieve the eternal happiness of the world beyond, the happiness of this world is not worth having. They call it momentary. A dream, a mirage in the desert. Imagine you are in a desert, thirsty. You see a lake of water far away. It looks real. You can see the reflections of the trees and mountains in it. But as you get closer, the lake recedes. It is an illusion created by sun rays reflecting off the sand, combined with your own thirst. Religions have told people for thousands of years that the happiness of this world is such a mirage. They say you can never catch it in your fist, because by the time you realize it's there, it is already gone. They exploit the fleeting nature of life to sell you a permanent paradise. They say, sacrifice this life and the eternal world of ecstasy is yours. It looks like a good bargain. A simple economic transaction, and people have tried to renounce everything. In India, the 24 great masters of the Jainas were all kings. Why? Because the logic of the priest is that if you renounce a kingdom, your reward in the next world will be the greatest. A poor man has nothing to renounce, so even in paradise, he will be living outside the town. The kings get the palaces of God, then the rich, then the middle class. This is the strategy of the priest. The more you give up here, the more we promise you there. But nobody knows if they got anything after death. The idea became ingrained because it has a grain of truth. In this life, everything is indeed momentary. But to me, there is nothing wrong with things being momentary. In fact, because life is momentary, it is ecstatic. If you make a rose permanent, you need a plastic flower. A real flower must open in the morning, fresh with dew, and wither by the evening, to fall into the dust. To be real is to be momentary. Only plastic things are permanent. If there is a paradise of the kind the priests describe, it must be made of plastic. In the Hindu paradise, the apsaras, the call girls for the sages, remain 16 years old for millions of years. They don't perspire, they don't get old, they don't die. Can you imagine the boredom of such a place? Where nothing ever changes, there is no need for a newspaper because nothing happens. This desire for permanency is sick, but religious firms have done great business for centuries by selling invisible commodities. They take your visible wealth and give you invisible promises. Think about the con man who told the king he could bring him the clothes of God. He said only those born of their own fathers could see them. The king was naked, the court was empty handed, but everyone clapped and shouted about the beauty of the diamonds on the invisible clothes. Nobody wanted to be called a bastard. That is what renunciation is. It is conmanship. The priest is the greatest conman in history. He sells you things nobody has seen and nobody will ever see. I say to you, life is a flux, a movement, a continuum. There is nothing wrong with that. Enjoy the moment that comes and goes. Squeeze every drop of juice out of it while it lasts. Don't waste time thinking about whether it will remain tomorrow. If it stays, we drink it. If it goes, we drink the next moment. Why do you insist on permanency? How do you know that better moments are not on the way? As you drown yourself totally in the present, your maturity grows. You become more centered, more aware, and more capable of living. Even death will be a moment to enjoy. Death is not the end of life, but a moment of transformation. Nothing can be destroyed, it only changes shape. Science can melt a stone, but it cannot annihilate it. Nothing is born, nothing dies. Birth just means your form was different before. Death is a great transformation. In meditation, you move into the same space as death because you leave behind your physiology, your biology, and your psychology. You come to the innermost center of pure awareness. Meditation is an experience of death in life, and it is so beautiful that death itself must be that experience multiplied by millions. When you pass on, you leave the prison of the body and open your wings to the existential. If you want to dive deeper into these secrets of meditation and the art of leaving the prison of the mind, I highly recommend our ebook series. These books are compiled from my deepest talks and provide practical steps for your transformation. You can find them at the link in the description. By purchasing them, you are not just getting a book, you are supporting the continuation of this work. And if you feel moved to contribute more directly, the super thanks and join buttons are there for you. We are building a global commune of seekers, and your presence makes it stronger. The atheist and the theist are in the same boat. They both use the same logic of renunciation. The religious man says, renounce this world for that one. And the atheist says, renounce that world for this one. Karl Marx and Epicurus were caught in the same trap. They felt they had to deny the other world to enjoy this one. But I tell you, life is one continuity. The Ganges starts as a tiny rivulet in the Himalayas and becomes an ocean at the end, but it is the same water. I don't say renounce anything, I say live intensely and totally. If you enjoy this time and space in its totality, you will move to a higher consciousness. Life will continue, and its form will depend on your awareness. I am against the religions because I destroy their whole game. They say you can have only one world. I say, why not both? My experience is that the more you have of this world, the more you will have of the other, because you become more experienced. Only my people can enjoy paradise fully, because they haven't crippled their capacity for joy. In my vision, sannyas does not mean the right way of renouncing life. It means the right way of living life. My sannyasin is multidimensional. The whole of life is yours. Love it. Live it to the fullest. That is the only way to get ready for death. When the walls of physiology and psychology are broken, you are finally free. Before I conclude this part of our journey, remember that the greatest gift you can give yourself is the gift of your own presence. Be silent, be watchful, and don't let any priest stand between you and your existence. We will continue this exploration in a moment, but for now, let these words sink into your heart. Share this video with someone you think is ready to wake up. Let us spread the fire of truth. This conspiracy between the priest and the politician is not a new thing. It is as old as your so-called civilization. They have a very simple arrangement. The politician protects the priest, and the priest blesses the politician. It is a mutual understanding of the most parasitic kind. The politician gives the priest the power to manipulate your mind, to build vast empires of stone and gold. And in return, the priest tells the people that the politician is chosen by God, that he is the rightful ruler, and that to disobey him is to disobey the divine will itself. Have you ever wondered why every president, every king, every prime minister wants the blessing of the high priest? It is not because they are religious. It is because they need the psychological hold that the priest has over the masses. They have divided you into two parts. The politician takes care of your outer life, He tells you how to behave, what laws to follow, which flag to bow down to, and which neighbor to kill in the name of the nation. He owns your body. If he says march, you march. If he says die, you die. And the priest, he takes care of your inner life, or what he calls your soul. He tells you what to think, what to believe, what to fear, and what to feel guilty about. Between the two of them, you are completely lost. You are no longer a human being. You are just a cog in their machine. They don't want you to be a person. They want you to be a part of the crowd, because a person can be dangerous. A person has intelligence. A person can see through the game. But a crowd has no intelligence. It only has a collective madness that is very easy to manipulate. To keep you in this state of servitude, they have used one of the most poisonous weapons ever invented: guilt. Every religion is based on the idea that you are born a sinner. Think about the sheer absurdity of it. How can a child be born a sinner? A child is the purest thing in existence, a fresh flower, a ray of light. But the priest tells you that because some distant ancestor ate an apple, you are cursed. This is the business part of the religion. If they can make you feel that you are sick, then they can sell you the medicine. If they can convince you that you are a sinner, then they can present themselves as the only way to salvation. They create the disease first, and then they offer the cure for a price, of course. The price is your freedom, your intelligence, and your very soul. They have made everything natural into something sinful. Sex is a sin. Food is a sin. Comfort is a sin. Even laughter is looked upon with suspicion. Why? Because if you are happy, if you are fulfilled, if you are celebrating your life, you don't need the priest. You only go to the priest when you are miserable, when you are trembling with fear, when you feel unworthy. The priest thrives on your misery. The more miserable you are, the more powerful he becomes. That is why they have praised poverty, they have praised suffering, they have praised carrying your cross. They want you to be weak, because only a weak person can be led like a sheep. Look at the history of these mafias of the soul. They have burned scientists at the stake. They have suppressed every new discovery that challenged their dogmas. They have kept people in the dark for centuries. And they do it with such a pious face. They talk about love and compassion, but their hands are red with the blood of millions. in the crusades, in the jihads, in the inquisitions, it is always the same story. They are not interested in God, they are interested in power. God is just a word they use to hide their greed. The politician and the priest are two sides of the same coin. Both are hungry for power. The politician's power is horizontal. He wants to rule over more land, more people, more resources. The priest's power is vertical. He wants to rule over your consciousness, your conscience, and your eternity. They both hate intelligence because intelligence is the only thing they cannot control. They want you to have faith. Faith is just a polite word for blind belief. They tell you, don't ask questions, just believe. But I say to you, doubt is one of the most sacred things you have. Doubt is the beginning of a real search. Belief is a full stop. It means you have stopped seeking. Doubt is a question mark. It keeps you moving. It keeps you alert. The real religiousness has nothing to do with these organizations. Real religiousness is a rebellion. It is a rebellion against all that is false, all that is borrowed, all that is dead. It is an individual's courage to stand alone against the whole world if necessary, to find out what is true for themselves. You cannot find the truth in a book. You cannot find it in a temple. And you certainly cannot find it through a priest. The truth is within you, and you are the only one who can discover it. But to discover it, you must first drop all the garbage that the priest and the politician have forced into your head since the day you were born. You have been conditioned to be a Christian, a Hindu, a Mohammedan, a communist, a capitalist. These are all just labels, and every label is a prison. They tell you who you are, so that you don't have to go through the trouble of finding out for yourself. They give you a ready-made identity, but a borrowed identity is a burden, not a joy. It is like wearing someone else's clothes. They never fit, and they make you feel suffocated. My work here is to help you strip away all these borrowed identities, all these masks, so that you can see your original face. The original face is not something you have to create. It is already there. It is hidden under layers of conditioning, layers of shoulds and should nots. The priest has told you how you should be. He has given you ideals to follow. But every ideal is a way of condemning the reality. When you try to be something other than what you are, you create a split in your being. You become a house divided against itself. This split is what they call conscience. but it is not consciousness. Conscience is just the voice of the priest and the parents echoing in your head. Consciousness is your own light, your own awareness. To be truly religious is to be authentic. If you are angry, be angry, but be aware of it. If you are sad, be sad, but watch it. Don't try to hide behind a holy mask. The pseudo-religions have created a world of hypocrites. People pretend to be saints on the outside, while they are boiling with all kinds of repressed desires on the inside. This repression is what leads to all the madness we see in the world. When you suppress something, it doesn't go away. It just goes into the basement of your unconscious and waits for a moment to explode. On the violence, on the perversions, all the wars are the result of thousands of years of religious repression. The politician needs this madness. He needs people who are frustrated, people who are angry, because only frustrated people want to fight. If you are happy and peaceful, if you are dancing under the stars, why would you want to go and kill someone in a war? The politician needs you to be miserable so that he can give you a cause to die for. He gives you the motherland, the fatherland, the glory of the nation. These are all just ties to keep you distracted from the fact that your life is being wasted. The priest and the politician have made the earth into a graveyard. They have turned a beautiful opportunity for celebration into a long, drawn-out funeral. But I tell you, life is not a funeral. Life is a song. Life is a dance, if only you have the eyes to see it. But those eyes are closed by the dust of centuries. You have to clean your eyes. You have to wash away all the ideologies, all the theologies, all the isms. You have to become like a child again, innocent, curious, and full of wonder. The child is the real scientist and the real mystic. The child doesn't believe, he experiences. He touches the fire to see if it burns. He watches the butterfly with total absorption. He is not worried about the meaning of life. He is busy living it. This is what I mean by meditation. To return to that state of innocent wonder, but with the added depth of your life's experience. This is the only way to escape the mafia of the soul. They will try to stop you. They will call you names. They will say you are misguided. They will say you are dangerous. And they are right. You are dangerous to their business. A man who is free, a man who is centered in his own being, cannot be bought and cannot be sold. He cannot be turned into a soldier and he cannot be turned into a follower. He is a law unto himself. Not that he breaks the laws of the land, but he is no longer a slave to the psychology of the crowd. He acts out of his own awareness, not out of fear of hell or greed for heaven. This fear and greed are the two poles that the priest uses to keep you moving like a donkey with a carrot in front and a stick behind. Heaven is the carrot and hell is the stick, and both are imaginary. There is no heaven and no hell except the ones you create within yourself. When you live in awareness, you are in heaven. When you live in ignorance and fear, you are in hell. It is as simple as that. But the priest has made it very complicated. He has created maps of the other worlds. He has created hierarchies of angels and demons. It is all a great fiction, a grand business. Think about the amount of money that is tied up in religious organizations. They own the best land. They have the most gold. They pay no taxes. And all of this is done in the name of the poor. They tell the poor that blessed are the poor, for they shall inherit the kingdom of God. This is a very clever way to keep the poor from rebelling. It's like telling a hungry man, don't worry about food now. After you die, you will have a feast that never ends. It is a cruel joke, and the politician loves it because it keeps the masses quiet. It prevents the revolution. But I am talking about a different kind of revolution. I am not talking about a political revolution, because political revolutions have always failed. They just change one set of masters for another. I am talking about an individual revolution, a revolution of the heart, a revolution of consciousness. This is the only revolution that can truly change the world, because the world is nothing but a collection of individuals. If the individuals are sick, the world is sick. If the individuals are awake, the world is awake. The business of religion has made you forget your own potential. It has told you that you are just a worm, that you are dust. I tell you, you are a seed of the divine. You have the potential to become a Buddha, a Christ, a Zarathustra. But a seed cannot grow if it is kept in a dark cellar of beliefs. It needs the sun of awareness, the water of love, and the soil of freedom. The priest denies you all three. He gives you the darkness of the temple, the coldness of dogma, and the chains of tradition. break these chains. It will take courage because you have become comfortable in your chains. They give you a sense of security. You know what to do. You know what to say. You know what to expect. Freedom is scary because it is the unknown. In freedom, there are no maps. You have to walk and create the path by walking. There are no guarantees, but that is the beauty of it. Life is an adventure, not a business. An adventure has risks, but it is also the only thing that makes you feel truly alive. The politician and the priest want to make life a sure thing. They want to plan everything from the cradle to the grave. But a planned life is a dead life. It is like a plastic flower. It doesn't grow. It doesn't change. It doesn't have any fragrance. A real life is wild. It is unpredictable. It is messy. And it is in that messiness that the truth is found. Truth is not a logical conclusion. It is an existential explosion. To have that explosion, you must be willing to lose everything that is false. You must be willing to let your ego die. The ego is the greatest creation of the priest and the politician. They have built up your ego by telling you that you are special, that your religion is the only true one, that your nation is the greatest in the world. The ego is a barrier between you and existence. It makes you feel separate, and in that separation there is fear. And where there is fear, the mafia is always there to offer protection. Drop the ego and the fear disappears. When the fear disappears, the priest and the politician lose their grip on you. You become a free man, a sovereign being. You no longer look for leaders because you have found your own inner guide. You no longer look for holy books because the whole of existence has become an open book to you. Every leaf, every stone, every star is a scripture. This is the state of religiousness, a state of being in love with existence. It has no organization, it has no hierarchy, it has no taxes. It is a free flow of energy between the individual and the whole. The business of religion is the enemy of this flow. It is a dam that stops the river of life from reaching the ocean. It creates stagnant pools that soon begin to stink. My work is to help you break that dam so that your life can become a river again. The politician and the priest are very afraid of me. They have banned my books. They have deported me from countries. They have tried to poison my body. Why? Because I am exposing their business. I am telling people that they don't need these middlemen. I am telling you that you are sufficient unto yourself. You don't need anyone to save you You only need to wake up. Waking up is not a work, it is an insight. It can happen in a single moment. It doesn't require thousands of years of karma or penance. It only requires a sincere look at your own reality. Look at your mind. It is just a collection of tapes that have been recorded by others. Look at your heart. It is just a bundle of borrowed emotions. Where are you in all of this? When you start looking for yourself, you will find a silence that is not the silence of the graveyard, but the silence of a deep, vibrant life. This silence is your true home. Once you find this home, you will see the whole world with different eyes. You will see the priest as a pathetic character, trying to hold on to a power that is based on lies. You will see the politician as a restless, ambitious man running a race that has no finish line. You will feel a deep compassion for them because they are also victims of the same system they are trying to maintain. They are also prisoners of their own roles. The mafia of the soul can only exist as long as you are asleep. Your sleep is their strength. Your awareness is their death. This is why they have created so many distractions. They give you television, they give you movies, they give you sports, they give you politics, anything to keep you from looking within. They want you to be occupied with everything except yourself. But the more you are occupied with the outside, the more empty you become on the inside. This emptiness is then filled with anxiety, with tension, with a sense of meaninglessness. And then, when the meaninglessness becomes too much to bear, you go back to the priest. You say, "My life feels empty. Give me some meaning." And he gives you a new ritual, a new mantra, a new belief. He gives you a purpose. But a purpose is just another way of being occupied. Life has no purpose. This is one of the most difficult things for the mind to understand. Purpose is a concept of the business world. In business, you do something to get something else. You work to get money. You invest to get profit. But life is not a business. It is a play. What is the purpose of a dance? The purpose is the dance itself. You don't dance to reach a certain spot on the floor. What is the purpose of music? The purpose is the music itself. If you are listening to a symphony just to get to the end, you have missed the whole point. Life is like that. Every moment is its own end. There is nowhere to go and nothing to achieve. You are already there. You have always been there. But the priest and the politician cannot let you believe that. Because if you are already there, then their whole function is gone. They have to keep you on a path that never ends, always chasing a goal that is just over the horizon. This constant chasing is what creates the mafia economy. It keeps people working, it keeps people consuming, it keeps people competing. It is a very busy world, but it is a world without soul. To find your soul, you have to stop. You have to step out of the race. You have to sit silently and do nothing. Sitting silently, doing nothing, the spring comes and the grass grows by itself. This is one of the most profound statements ever made. It means that the most important things in life happen of their own accord. You don't have to do them, you only have to be available to them. But you cannot be available if you are full of dogmas and prejudices. You cannot see the grass growing if your head is full of the Bible or the Quran or the Gita. You have to put all those books aside. I am not saying they are bad books. I am saying they are books. And a book is just a record of someone else's experience. It is like a map of a city you have never visited. The map can be helpful, but the map is not the city. If you start worshipping the map, you will never see the city. The organized religions have turned the maps into idols. They are so busy worshipping the map that they have forgotten there is a territory to be explored. And they have made it a crime to explore without their permission. But I tell you, exploration is your birthright. No one can give you permission, and no one can take it away. You are born free. You may have forgotten it. You may have been taught to be a slave, but your intrinsic nature is freedom. The priest and the politician are just shadows. They have no reality of their own. They only have the power that you give them. If you stop giving them your energy, they will simply disappear. They are like ghosts that haunt a house only because the people in the house are afraid. If you turn on the light, the ghosts vanish. Awareness is that light. This awareness is the only holy thing. It is the only sacred thing. Everything else is just a human invention. Temples, mosques, churches, they are all just buildings. They can be beautiful, but they are not holy. They only become holy if a holy person enters them. And a holy person is someone who is whole, someone who is not divided, someone who is one with existence. Such a person doesn't need a temple. For him, the whole of existence is a temple. He can pray under a tree. He can meditate by a river. He can worship while he is working. His life is his prayer. His every breath is a thanksgiving. This is true religiousness. It is a quality of your being, not a membership in a group. It is a fragrance that you carry with you wherever you go. And this fragrance is what the world needs today. We don't need more Christians or more Hindus. We need more whole human beings. We need people who are integrated, people who have dropped the conflict between the body and the soul, between the material and the spiritual. The mafia has kept the world divided for too long. They have made the earth a battlefield of conflicting ideologies. It is time to move beyond these divisions. It is time to reclaim our intelligence and our love. Love is the only power that can stand against the power of the politician and the priest. Not a religious love, but a human love. A love that is rooted in the body but reaches for the stars. The priest is afraid of love because love is a law unto itself. When you are in love, you are no longer a part of the crowds. You become an individual. When you are in love, you are no longer afraid. And when you are not afraid, you cannot be controlled. This is why every religion has tried to regulate love, to moralize it, to institutionalize it. They want to turn it into marriage, which is just another business contract. They want to take the fire out of it and replace it with a cold duty. But love cannot be turned into a duty. The moment it becomes a duty, it is no longer love. Love is a spontaneous overflow of joy. It is a sharing of your abundance. And this sharing is the greatest threat to the mafia. If people start sharing their joy, they will no longer be interested in the promises of the priest or the achievements of the politician. They will be content in the present moment. And a content person is a dangerous person, dangerous to the business of religion. So my friends, don't be afraid to be dangerous. Don't be afraid to be yourself. The priest and the politician will try to pull you back. They will use every trick in the book. They will use your parents, your teachers, your neighbors to bring you back into the folds. But if you have once tasted the sweetness of freedom, you can never go back to the cage. The cage may be made of gold, but it is still a cage. And the sky is so vast, and your wings are so strong. Why settle for a cage when you can have the whole sky? The sky is not a destination, it is an orientation. It is the vastness of your own soul. But the priest and the politician have convinced you that you are small, that you are a sinner, that you are just a physical entity destined to die and rot in the ground. They have made you forget the diamond within. They want you to believe that you are a beggar, because only a beggar will look to them for a crust of bread, be it the bread of a political ideology or the bread of a religious promise. But I tell you, you are an emperor who has forgotten his kingdom. You are a king who is dreaming he is a beggar. My effort is not to give you anything new, but simply to wake you up so you can see the crown that has always been on your head. The politician and the priest have managed to survive for so long because they have mastered the art of creating fear. Fear is their foundation. If you are not afraid, you are not controllable. A man without fear is a man who can say no to the state and no to the church. And that no is the most dangerous sound in the world to those who live on the exploitation of others. They have used the fear of hell, the fear of poverty, the fear of social ostracization, and the fear of death to keep you in a state of constant trembling. When you tremble, you look for a hand to hold. The priest offers his hand, but he is not helping you, he is leading you into a deeper darkness. The politician offers his hand, but he is only leading you to the battlefield. Look at the history of human progress. Every time a man has stood up and said, I have found a better way, a more intelligent way, the priest and the politician have conspired to destroy him. Why was Socrates poisoned? Because he was corrupting the youth. And what was his corruption? He was telling the young people to ask questions, to use their intelligence, to not believe in things just because their ancestors believed in them. He was teaching them the art of doubt. To the mafia of the soul, doubt is the ultimate crime. They want you to have faith, but faith is just a mask for ignorance. You only believe in things you do not know. You don't believe in the sun, you see it. You don't believe in the wind, you feel it. Only the things that are not there require your belief. They have kept you blind, because if you have eyes, you will see through their lies. They have kept you stupid, because if you are intelligent, you will see the absurdity of their dogmas. They have turned the whole world into a madhouse. Look at the way religions have fought over words. For centuries, people have killed each other over whether God is a trinity or a unity, over whether the bread in the ceremony actually becomes the body of Christ or is just a symbol. To an intelligent person, these are trivial, childish debates. But to the priest, they are matters of life and death. Why? Because if the ritual is shown to be a joke, his power vanishes. The politician does the same thing with the nation. He tells you that your country is the chosen land, that your flag is the most sacred cloth in existence. He creates an artificial boundary on the earth and tells you that the people on the other side are your enemies. But the earth has no boundaries. The trees don't stop growing at the border. The birds don't need a passport to fly across. The boundary is only in the mind of the politician. It is a device to keep you divided, because if humanity were one, we would not need politicians. We would not need armies. We would not need wars. And without war, the politician has no glory. He is a parasite that feeds on the blood of the youth. The priest and the politician are both committed to the past. The politician wants to bring back the golden age of the nation, and the priest wants to bring back the purity of the ancient scriptures. They are both looking backward because that is where their authority lies. If you look forward, if you live in the present, you don't need them. The present is self-sufficient, but they want you to be a slave to the dead. They want you to carry the corpses of your ancestors on your shoulders. I say to you, let the dead bury their dead. Your life is here, now, pulsating in this very moment. Don't waste it in the service of ghosts. They have also poisoned your intelligence through education. Your schools and universities are nothing more than factories designed to turn children into obedient servants of the state and the church. They don't want you to think. They want you to memorize. They don't want you to discover. They want you to repeat. They give you degrees as a reward for your conformity. The more you are willing to crush your own spirit and follow the rules, the higher you rise in their system. But a man with a PhD can be just as ignorant of his own being as a man who cannot read. Real education should be the art of drawing out what is already within you. It should be the art of helping you to be yourself. But the current education system is the art of making you someone else. It is a tragedy that for 5,000 years we have been living in this way. We have all the resources to make this earth a paradise. We have the technology to feed everyone, to house everyone, to heal everyone, but the majority of the world's wealth is spent on weapons of destruction. Why? Because the politician needs to be ready for a war that he himself has made inevitable through his greed for power. And the priest blesses the weapons. He prays to God for victory, as if God were interested in who kills whom more efficiently. The hypocrisy is so deep that we have become blind to it. The only way out is a total rebellion of the consciousness. You have to step out of the crowds. You have to refuse to be a part of any organization that demands your blind obedience. You have to become an individual. An individual is not a member. An individual is a presence. He is not a part of any ism. He is just himself. And in being himself, he finds a joy that no religion can give, and a security that no state can provide. This joy is not a reward, it is your very nature. It is the song of your soul. When it is free from the chains of the mafia, they tell you that you need a leader. They say that without a shepherd, the sheep will be lost. But I ask you, why do you want to be a sheep? The very idea of a shepherd implies that you are cattle. And what does the shepherd do with the sheep? He protects them from the wolves, only so that he can shear them and eventually eat them. The politician and the priest are your shepherds, and they are both hungry. They need your labor, they need your taxes, they need your votes, and they need your life for their wars. I don't want to be your shepherd. I want to be your friend, your companion on the way. I want to show you that you don't need a shepherd. You are a human being, not an animal. You have the light of intelligence within you. All you need to do is turn that light on. The mafia of the soul is terrified of meditation, because meditation is the ultimate medicine. It cures the mind of all the diseases that the priest and the politician have planted there. In meditation, you move into a space where no priest can follow you. There is no language there, so their scriptures are useless. There is no ego there, so their flattery and their threats have no effect. There is no other there, so the politicians' divisions of us and them disappear. In the silence of meditation, you realize that you are the truth. You don't have to find it, you are it. This realization is the end of their business. A man who knows himself cannot be manipulated. He cannot be bribed with heaven, and he cannot be scared with hell. He is truly free. And this freedom is what I am calling religiousness. It is not a religion. It is a quality of life. It is the freedom to love, the freedom to create, the freedom to be. It is the freedom to dance with the wind and to be silent with the stars. It is the freedom to live your own life, not the life that someone else has planned for you. The priest and the politician have created a culture of morality that is nothing more than a set of rules to keep you under control. They have made you feel guilty about your natural instincts. They have made you ashamed of your body. They have told you that pleasure is a sin and that pain is a virtue. This is a sick philosophy. It is a philosophy of death. I say to you, listen to your body. Your body is wiser than all your priests and politicians. Your body is a part of nature, and nature is never wrong. If the body feels pleasure, it is a blessing. If the body feels joy, it is a prayer. Stop fighting with yourself. The mafia has divided you into a higher self and a lower self, and they have set them at war with each other. This inner war is what makes you weak. It keeps your energy tied up in a useless struggle. When you stop fighting, your energy is released. This released energy becomes a flame of awareness. And in that flame, all that is false is burnt away. What remains is the gold of your being. The politician and the priest are always talking about the future. The politician promises a new society, and the priest promises a new life after death. But both are ways of making you ignore the present. The present is the only time that exists. The future is just a dream, and the past is just a memory. By keeping you focused on the future, they steal your present. They make you sacrifice your life today for a tomorrow that never comes. I say to you, live today. Live this moment as if it were the last. Don't wait for a better world. Create it right now within yourself. The world is not going to change through political revolutions. It is not going to change through social reforms. It is only going to change when individuals change. When you become silent, peaceful, and loving, the world around you changes. You become a center of light, and that light starts to affect everyone who comes near you. If enough people become such centers of light, the darkness of the mafia will simply vanish. Darkness cannot fight with light. It only exists in the absence of light. So don't worry about the world. Don't worry about the politicians and the priests. Just worry about your own awareness. That is the only thing that is in your hands. And that is the only thing that matters. Be a light unto yourself. Don't look for a guide. Don't look for a path. Just be silent and look within. The way is not outside, the way is you. You are the door and you are the key. The priest and the politician are very clever at using words to deceive you. They talk about duty, sacrifice, patriotism, and godliness. These are all high-sounding words, but they are empty. They are just labels for your slavery. When they say duty, they mean your obedience to their orders. When they say sacrifice, they mean your life for their profit. When they say patriotism, they mean your hatred for others. When they say godliness, they mean your fear of the unknown. Drop these words. Look at the reality behind them. See the hands of the priest in your pockets and the hands of the politician around your neck. They have made you believe that life is a struggle. They say it is a survival of the fittest. But this is not true. Life is a celebration. Life is a gift. The flowers don't struggle to bloom. The birds don't struggle to sing. They just are. And in their being, they are beautiful. You can also be beautiful if you just stop struggling to be someone else. Stop trying to fit into their society. Their society is sick. And to be well adjusted to a sick society is to be sick yourself. Be a misfit. Every great man has been a misfit. Buddha was a misfit. Jesus was a misfit. Socrates was a misfit. They were all dangerous to the mafia because they refused to fit into the mold. The priest and the politician want to make you predictable. They want to know exactly what you will do, what you will say, and how you will react. They want you to be a machine. But life is not a machine. Life is unpredictable. It is spontaneous. It is wild. To be truly alive is to be a mystery. And a mystery cannot be managed. A mystery cannot be organized. This is why they hate me. Because I am teaching you how to be a mystery. I am teaching you how to be so alive that no one can figure you out. This spontaneity is the greatest threat to the business of religion. An organized religion is a dead thing. It is a set of rituals that are repeated like a record. It is a set of beliefs that are passed down from generation to generation like a disease. But real religiousness is a fresh experience every moment. It is like a mountain spring. It is always new, always fresh, always flowing. You cannot capture it in a bottle and you cannot sell it in a shop. It belongs to the one who is thirsty enough to climb the mountain. The politician and the priest have managed to stay in power because they have made you dependent on them. They have destroyed your confidence in your own intelligence. They have made you believe that you need a specialist to tell you about God and a specialist to tell you how to live. But there are no specialists in the inner world. In the inner world, everyone is a master. You just have to realize it. You don't need a priest to pray for you. Your own silence is the most beautiful prayer. You don't need a politician to lead you. Your own awareness is the most perfect guide. The mafia of the soul will tell you that I am an egoist because I am telling you to trust yourself. But they are the egoists. They are the ones who claim to know the mind of God. They are the ones who claim to have the right to rule over millions of people. I am not claiming anything. I am just a mirror. I am reflecting your own potential back to you. I am showing you that you are much more than you have been told. I am showing you that you are a part of the divine, that you are a guest in this beautiful universe. And as a guest, you should enjoy the party. Don't sit in the corner and worry about the bill. The bill has already been paid by existence. Just enjoy the food, enjoy the music, enjoy the dance. The priest and the politician want you to be the waiters at the party, serving them while they enjoy the feast. I say to you, stop serving. Sit down at the table. You are as much a part of this universe as any priest or any politician. You have an equal right to the joy and the beauty of life. The conspiracy between the priest and the politician is finally reaching its end. For the first time in history, there are enough people around the world who are waking up. There are enough people who are seeing through the game. The internet, the global communication, the mixing of cultures, all of this is making it harder for the mafia to keep their secrets. They can no longer hide behind their borders and their dogmas. The world is becoming one, and in a one world, there is no place for the politician and the priest. This is a very exciting time to be alive. We are at the dawn of a new humanity. A humanity that will be based on intelligence, not on belief. A humanity that will be based on love, not on fear. A humanity that will be based on freedom, not on obedience. This new humanity will not have any religions, but it will be deeply religious. It will not have any nations, but it will be a global family. But this new humanity will not come about through luck. It will require our effort. It will require our courage. We have to be willing to stand up and say no to the old world. We have to be willing to drop our own conditioning. We have to be willing to be reborn. This is the real meaning of sannyas. It is a rebirth. It is the death of the old conditioned mind and the birth of a new free consciousness. The priest and the politician will fight back with all their might. They are already doing it. They are trying to create more fear, more tension, more war. They are like a dying animal that is lashing out in its final moments. But their end is certain. The light of awareness is stronger than the darkness of their lies. The power of love is greater than the power of their weapons. Don't be distracted by their noise. Just stay centered in your own being. Keep your light burning and help others to light their own lamps. This is the only way to save the world. Not through politics, not through organized religion, but through a silent revolution of the heart. Every time a person wakes up, the power of the mafia decreases. Every time a person starts to live in joy, the world becomes a little more beautiful. You are a part of this revolution. Your awareness is your contribution. Your joy is your gift to humanity. Don't let anyone take it away from you. Don't let anyone convince you that you are anything less than a god. You are the source of all that is beautiful. You are the creator of your own destiny. The politician and the priest have had their time. It has been a long, dark night of 5,000 years. But the morning is coming. I can see the first rays of the sun on the horizon. Can you see them? Can you feel the freshness of the morning air? It is the air of freedom. It is the fragrance of the new man. The new man is someone who is at home in the world and at home in himself. He is not divided. He is a Zorba the Buddha. He has the feet of Zorba on the earth, enjoying all the pleasures of the senses, and he has the head of Buddha in the sky, enjoying the silence of the ultimate. He is a whole human being, and only a whole human being can be a holy human being. The mafia of the soul has tried to keep Zorba and Buddha separate. They have said that you can either be a materialist or a spiritualist. This is their ultimate lie. You are both. You are a body and you are a soul. You are a flower and you are the fragrance. Why choose one? Choose both. Live as a materialist and live as a spiritualist. Be as rich on the outside as you are on the inside. This is my vision for the new humanity. Stop being a victim of their divisions. Reclaim your wholeness. Celebrate your life in all its dimensions. This is the only way to truly defeat the priest and the politician. They can only rule over a divided person. They cannot rule over someone who is one. So go out into the world and be a light. Don't follow anyone and don't let anyone follow you. Just be a fellow traveler. Share your joy, share your love, share your silence, and let the mafia of the soul disappear into the shadows where they belong. The earth is ours, the sky is ours, existence is ours. Let us live it to the fullest. The politician may control the land, the priest may control the book, but nobody can control the truth once it has ignited in your heart. They are merchants of the fawns, but you are a seeker of the rear. They are dealers in death, but you are a lover of life. This is the fundamental conflict, and it is a conflict you must win, not for my sake, but for your own, because in your victory lies the victory of the whole of existence. Never forget that you are a miracle. The fact that you are here, breathing, feeling, conscious, this is the greatest mystery of all. Don't let the mafia reduce this mystery to a set of dogmas or a political agenda. Keep your wonder alive, keep your curiosity alive, and above all, keep your rebellion alive. A man who stops rebelling is a man who has started to die. Stay alive, stay wild, stay free. This is my message to you. As we continue to walk this path together, let us look even deeper into the mechanisms they use to control us. Let us expose the very roots of their power so that we can pull them out once and for all. The journey is long, but it is the only journey worth taking. It is the journey from the prison of the mind to the palace of the soul. And I am with you every step of the way. The shadows are long, but the light is coming. Can you feel it? It is starting to vibrate in the very air around us. It is the energy of thousands of seekers who are all coming together in a single intent to be free. This collective energy is a force that no politician can stop and no priest can exorcise. It is the force of life itself, asserting its right to be. Look at the trees, how they stand tall and silent. Look at the rivers, how they flow with such grace. They are not part of any mafia. They are just themselves. And in their being themselves, they are perfect. You too are perfect, just as you are. You don't need to be fixed by a priest. You don't need to be improved by a politician. You just need to be discovered. This discovery is what I am here for. Not to give you a new map, but to help you see that you don't need a map. You are the territory. You are the destination. You are the way. Let us celebrate this realization. Let us dance the dance of the free soul. Let us sing the song of the awakened heart. The night is over. The day has begun. And it is a beautiful day. This beauty is not something you find in the marketplace. It is not something the politician can promise you in his manifesto. And it is certainly not something the priest can grant you in exchange for your tithes. This beauty is the sheer radiance of your own existence when it is unburdened by the lies of the centuries. We have been taught to look for the sacred in special places, in the Vatican, in the temples of Varanasi, in the Kaaba. But I tell you, the very idea of a sacred place is a trick of the mafia. If one place is sacred, then the rest of the world becomes profane. If one day is the Lord's day, then the other 6 days belong to the devil. This division is the root of your misery. It allows you to be a saint for 1 hour on Sunday and a sinner or a greedy competitor for the rest of the week. The mafia of the soul thrives on this division. They have created a dualism in your mind that does not exist in reality. They say the spirit is high and the body is low. They say the mind is a tool of God and the senses are tools of the devil. But have you ever seen a spirit without a body? Have you ever seen a flame without a candle? The body is the visible part of your soul, and the soul is the invisible part of your body. They are not two, they are one. But the priest cannot allow this oneness, because if you are whole, you are healthy, and a healthy person has no need for a healer who sells imaginary medicines. Think about the sheer audacity of the priest who tells you that you must transcend your body. This body is the most complex and beautiful mechanism in the entire universe. Millions of cells are working in perfect harmony this very second, just so you can breathe, just so you can listen to these words. Your heart beats without you ever having to remind it. Your digestion happens without your interference. This body is a miracle of existence, yet the priest calls it filthy. He calls it a prison. He calls it meat. Why? Because if he can make you hate your house, you will look for another home. And he is the only one who has the keys to that other home in heaven. He makes you a stranger to your own skin, so that he can become your guide to a phantom land. This is the ultimate business, selling real estate in heaven. And the beauty of this business is that no one ever comes back to complain that the property didn't exist. It is a one-way transaction. You give them your hard-earned money, your labor, your devotion, and your children's minds, and in return they give you a receipt signed by a God who has never been seen. If a businessman on the street tried this, you would call the police. But when the man in the golden robe does it, you call it faith. It is not faith, it is a collective hallucination managed by a very sophisticated mafia. The politician uses the same strategy. He tells you that your national interest is more important than your life. He tells you that the glory of the estate is worth the blood of your sons. What is this estate? Have you ever met it? Can you shake its hand? The estate is just a concept, a legal fiction used by a few people to control the many. But to make you believe in this fiction, they need the priest. They need the priest to tell you that the powers that be are ordained by God. They need the priest to tell you that dying for your country is a holy sacrifice. Without the priest, the soldier would realize he is just a murderer in a uniform. Without the politician, the priest would have no one to protect his tax-exempt status and his vast holdings of land and gold. This conspiracy is not just about money. It is about the suppression of human potential. A person who is in touch with their own being, a person who is blissful, is a threat to the entire structure of society. Why? Because a blissful person cannot be made into a slave. You cannot tell a man who is dancing in the ecstasy of the present moment that he should go and work in a dark factory for 40 years to build a bigger bomb for the state. You cannot tell a woman who feels the divine in every flower that she must obey a book written by desert nomads thousands of years ago. Bliss is the ultimate rebellion. That is why all the firms of religion and politics are geared toward one thing: keeping you miserable. They give you conscience instead of consciousness. Conscience is a social product. It is the policeman they have installed inside your head. It tells you what is right and wrong according to the needs of the mafia. If you feel guilty about being happy, that is your conscience talking. If you feel ashamed of your sexuality, that is your conscience talking. Consciousness, on the other hand, is your own light. It doesn't follow rules, it acts out of understanding. A man of consciousness does not kill, not because a commandment says so, but because he sees himself in the other person. He doesn't steal, not because he fears a judge, but because he sees the futility of accumulation. The priest hates consciousness. He wants you to be a robot that follows the software of the scripture. He tells you that the truth was discovered long ago and all you have to do is repeat it. But truth is not a formula, it is an experience. If you repeat the words of Buddha, you are not a Buddha, you are just a parrot. And the world is full of religious parrots. They know all the verses, they know all the rituals, but their lives are empty of fragrance. They are like people who study maps of the ocean but have never smelled the salt or heard the roar of the waves. The mafia of the soul has managed to keep the map in front of your eyes so that you never look at the ocean. They tell you that the ocean is dangerous, that it is full of monsters, that you will drown if you go in without their holy boats. But the monsters are their own inventions. And the holy boat is a sinking wreck made of dead dogmas. I say to you, jump into the ocean. Yes, it is vast, and yes, you might lose yourself in it. But that is the whole point. You lose your small egoistic self to find the vast universal self. You lose your personality to find your individuality. Individuality is your birthright, but the society is geared toward personality. Personality comes from the Greek word persona, which means a mask. The priest gives you a mask. The politician gives you a mask. Your parents give you a mask. By the time you are an adult, you are wearing 10 masks at once, and you have forgotten which one is your real face. My work is not to give you a new mask, but to tear all the masks away. It is a painful process because you have become identified with the masks. You think you are a Christian, you think you are an American, you think you are a good person. When I take these away, you feel naked. But in that nakedness is your strength. In that nakedness is your truth. The politician and the priest are terrified of this naked truth. They want you to be clothed in ideologies. If you are a Marxist, you are predictable. If you are a Catholic, you are predictable. If you are a nationalist, you are predictable. And if you are predictable, you are a good citizen. But the good citizen is the person who allowed Hitler to happen, who allowed Stalin to happen, who allows the current global destruction to continue. The good citizen is the one who follows orders without asking why. I am looking for the bad citizen, the one who asks questions, the one who refuses to be part of the herd, the one who values his own intelligence more than the instructions of the state or the church. This bad citizen is the only hope for a new humanity. He is the only one who can stop the madness of the arms race, the madness of the ecological collapse, and the madness of religious wars. He is the one who says, I am a human being first, and my allegiance is to life, not to a flag or a book. The priest will tell you that this is arrogance. He will say that you should be humble before God. But what he means by humility is actually humiliation. He wants you to crawl on your knees to call yourself a miserable sinner. This is not humility. It is the destruction of your self-respect. Real humility is a state of being where the ego is absent. And when the ego is absent, you are not small. You are as vast as the universe. The priest wants you to be small so that he can feel big. He wants to be your father so that you remain a child forever. But I want you to grow up. I want you to become the master of your own life. Think about the concept of original sin. Could there be a more diabolical invention? It tells you that you are guilty for something you didn't do, and that you were born with a debt that you can never pay off except by serving the church. It poisons the very source of life. It makes the act of love into a sinful act that produces sinful children. This is the ultimate psychological warfare. If you can make a person ashamed of the way they were born, you have destroyed them at the very root. They will spend their whole life trying to atone for the crime of being alive. I say to you, there is no original sin. There is only original innocence. You were born as a blessing, not a curse. You were born as a celebration, not a trial. The only sin is to not live your life to the fullest. The only sin is to allow someone else to decide who you should be. The only sin is to remain asleep when the sun is rising. And the sun is rising. The old world is dying, and the mafia knows it. They are trying to hold on to their power by creating more fear, more tension, and more conflict. But they cannot stop the spring. The transition from the old to the new will not be easy. The mafia of the soul has deep roots. It is in your language, it is in your laws, it is in your very thought patterns. To get rid of them, you have to be very alert. You have to watch your own mind. and see how often you repeat the tapes they have recorded there. When you say, I should do this, ask yourself, who is saying this should? Is it my own understanding? Or is it the voice of the priest? When you feel afraid of the judgment of God, ask yourself, who is this God? Is he anything more than a projection of the politician's police state into the sky? We need a new kind of education that starts with unlearning. We have been stuffed with so much junk that there is no room for the real. We need to clear the space. This is what meditation is. A deep cleaning of the house. You throw out the old beliefs, the old prejudices, the old fears, and in that empty space, something new is born. Not something you have made, but something that has always been there, waiting for room to breathe. The business of religion has made you believe that meditation is a difficult, esoteric practice that requires you to go to the Himalayas and sit on a bed of nails. This is just another way to keep you dependent on the specialists. Meditation is simply the art of being aware. You can meditate while you are walking, while you are eating, while you are making love. It is not an activity, it is a quality of your presence. It means doing whatever you are doing with total consciousness. If you are washing a cup, wash it as if it were the most important thing in the world. Be there totally. This here-ness is the death of the mafia. They can only exist if you are there-ness. If you are dreaming of a future heaven or a past glory. The politician and the priest are the masters of the future. They live on hope, but hope is a drug. It keeps you from seeing the reality of the present. They tell you that tomorrow will be better. But tomorrow never comes. It is always today. My message is, forget about the better tomorrow. Make this today beautiful. Make this today ecstatic. If you can do that, the tomorrow will take care of itself. A beautiful today inevitably leads to a beautiful tomorrow. But a today sacrificed for a hope only leads to more sacrifice. This sacrifice is what the mafia calls morality. They tell you to sacrifice your sex for celibacy, your wealth for charity, and your intelligence for faith. But who benefits from these sacrifices? Not you. The celibate priest becomes a pervert. The charity money goes into the coffers of the church, and the faith makes you a blind follower of the politician. True morality is not sacrifice, it is a sharing. When you are full of joy, you share it. When you are full of love, you share it. Not because it is a duty, but because you have so much that you cannot contain it. Sharing is an expression of abundance. Sacrifice is an expression of poverty and guilt. The mafia of the soul wants you to be poor in spirit so that you will be a good customer for their spiritual supermarket. They don't want you to be a creator. They want you to be a consumer. They want you to consume their rituals, their dogmas, and their ideologies. But I tell you, you are a creator. You are here to give something unique to existence. No one else has your voice. No one else has your eyes. No one else has your unique way of being. Don't waste this uniqueness by being a carbon copy of someone else. Don't be a Christian. Be yourself. Don't be a Buddhist. Be yourself. Gautam Buddha didn't follow anyone. He found his own way. Jesus didn't follow anyone. He found his own way. And that is exactly what made them dangerous to the priests of their time. The irony is that the followers of these rebels have now created the most rigid organizations on earth. They have turned the fire of rebellion into the cold ash of tradition. They have taken the living truth and turned it into a dead business. My work is to help you find your own fire. I am not here to give you a religion. I am here to give you a religiousness, a quality of rebellion, a quality of freedom. This religiousness has no temples, no scriptures, and no priests. Its only temple is your heart. Its only scripture is your experience. And its only priest is your own awareness. This is the religion of the future. In fact, it is the only religion that can save humanity from itself. If we don't move from organized religion to individual religiousness, we are doomed. The old structures are collapsing, and they are threatening to take the whole of humanity down with them. The only way to survive is to jump off the sinking ship and learn how to swim. The priest and the politician will tell you that I am destroying society, and I say yes. If society is based on lies, it should be destroyed. If society is a prison, it should be broken. If society is a business that sells the souls of men, it should be liquidated. I am not interested in reforming the prison. I am interested in opening the gates. I am not interested in improving the mafia. I am interested in exposing them so that their power vanishes. This exposure is the most compassionate thing I can do. I love you, and that is why I am being so hard on your beliefs. Your beliefs are the chains that bind you. If I want to free you, I have to break the chains. It may hurt your ego, it may make you feel insecure, but it is the only way. You cannot be free as long as you are holding on to the hand of the priest. You cannot be free as long as you are looking for a leader to tell you what to do. You have to stand on your own 2 feet. This standing alone is the greatest beauty of being human. It is the moment when you become a soul in the true sense of the word. Not a soul that is given to you by God, but a soul that you have earned through your own courage and awareness. The priest sells you a ready-made soul, but it is a fake. A real soul is something you grow within yourself. It is the fruit of your own living. As you begin to grow this soul, you will find that the whole universe is your friend. You are no longer an outsider in existence. You belong. The trees are your brothers, the stars are your sisters, and the ocean is your home. The fear of death disappears because you see that life is an eternal flow. Forms change, but the life remains. The mafia can no longer threaten you with hell or extinction because you have tasted the eternal. This taste is what the business of religion is trying to prevent you from having. They want you to stay hungry so that you will keep coming back to their shop. But I have found the source of the water of life, and I am telling you, you don't need to buy it. The source is within you. Just dig a little deeper. Move past the layers of conditioning. Move past the layers of personality, and you will find a spring that never runs dry. The mafia of the soul has had a good run. For 5,000 years they have ruled the earth. But their time is up. The new man is being born. He is a man who is not a believer but a knower. He is a man who is not a follower but a pathfinder. He is a man who is not a servant but a celebrator. This new man is the only one who can make this earth a paradise. Not a paradise in the sky after you die, but a paradise right here, right now, under your feet. The politician promises a great society, and the priest promises a kingdom of God. I say, let us have a kingdom of joy. Let us have a society based on love, not on law. Let us have a world where the only sin is to be bored, and the only virtue is to be ecstatic. This is possible. It is not a utopia. It is a practical possibility if only we have the courage to stop the business of religion, Stop giving them your energy. Stop giving them your money. Stop giving them your children. Turn your back on the temple and the parliament and turn your face toward yourself. There, in the silence of your own being, you will find everything you have been looking for. You will find the truth you have been told is out there. You will find the love you have been told you must earn. You will find the freedom you have been told is dangerous. The mafia is just a shadow. If you walk into the light, the shadow disappears. You are that light. You have always been that light. The priest just covered it with a black cloth of dogmas, and the politician just surrounded it with a wall of national boundaries. Take the cloth off, breathe the wall down, let your light shine. It is the only light the world has. And as your light shines, you will find others whose lights are also shining. We don't need a party or a church. We just need a communion of free spirits. A communion where there are no leaders and no followers, just friends sharing the beauty of existence. This is my vision of a new world. A world without the mafia of the soul. A world where every individual is a god in his own right. Don't wait for some time in the future. The time is now. The place is here. You are the person. Don't look at the person sitting next to you. Look at yourself. You are responsible for your own awakening. And your awakening is the greatest service you can do for humanity. Because an awakened person is in no man's land for the priest and the politician. They cannot enter your territory. You are finally free. Let this freedom be your only religion. Let this awareness be your only guide. And let this love be your only law. Everything else is just business. And you are not a customer. You are the ultimate reality. Remember that. And let the mafia worry about their own business. You have a much more important work to do. The work of being yourself. In this being yourself, you will find a silence that is more eloquent than all the scriptures in the world. You will find a peace that passeth all understanding, and you will find a joy that is not dependent on anything outside of you. This is the true wealth. This is the true power, and it is yours. It has always been yours. Just reach in and take it. The priest and the politician are standing at the door, telling you that you need a ticket to enter. I am telling you there is no door, and you are already inside. They are just selling tickets to an imaginary entrance. Don't be a fool. Just open your eyes and see where you are. You are in the very heart of existence. You are part of the divine dance. You are the song that the universe is singing. What more do you want? What more could you possibly need? The mafia can offer you nothing that you don't already have. They can only take away from you. They take away your peace, they take away your intelligence, they take away your joy. Stop letting them. Reclaim your life. It is the only one you have, and it is precious. Don't waste it in the service of ghosts and parasites. Be a light unto yourself. Be a law unto yourself. And above all, be a celebration unto yourself. The world is waiting for you to wake up. The trees are waiting. The stars are waiting. The ocean is waiting. We are all waiting for the new man to arrive. And that new man is you. Welcome home. The business of religion is over. The mafia of the soul is defeated. The morning has come, and the sun is high in the sky. Let us dance, let us sing, let us live. For the first time in history, we are truly free. As we move forward, let us not create new traps for ourselves. Let us stay liquid, stay flowing. Let us not allow our rebellion to become a new orthodoxy. Freedom is a delicate flower. It needs to be protected every day by our awareness. The mafia is very clever. If they can't stop you from being free, they will try to make freedom into a new religion with its own priests and its own dogmas. Don't let them. Stay unpredictable. Stay wild. Stay a mystery. The journey of life is an endless exploration. There is no final destination because existence has no limits. We are always on the way, and the way is beautiful. Every step is a goal in itself. Every breath is a fulfillment. This is the secret of the Zorba the Buddha, the man who knows that the other world is hidden in this world and that the sacred is hidden in the profane. Let us bridge the gap. Let us bring the earth and the sky together. Let us make our bodies into temples and our lives into prayers. Let us show the mafia that their business is bankrupt because we have found the ultimate treasure within ourselves. We are no longer their customers. We are the masters of our own destiny. We are the creators of our own joy. And in this joy, the whole world is transformed. The mafia disappears like a bad dream. The sun of awareness shines on a new earth, and a new humanity walks with dignity and love. This is not a dream. It is the reality that is waiting for us just beyond the wall of our conditioning. Let us break that wall once and for all Let us walk into the light. The silence is deepening. The peace is growing. The love is overflowing. This is the true religiousness. This is the true spirituality. And it is yours. It is you. This deep-seated conspiracy between the priest and the politician has another even more sinister dimension: the total suppression of the feminine. If you look at the history of all the organized religions, you will see a common thread. They are all male-dominated, patriarchal, and deeply fearful of the woman. Why? Why has the priest for thousands of years tried to keep the woman under his thumb? Why has the politician denied her the right to vote, the right to education, the right to own her own life? It is because the woman represents the heart, and the heart is the greatest enemy of the mafia of the soul. The woman is closer to nature than the man. She is more intuitive, more loving, more grounded in the immediate reality of life. The priest deals in cold logic, in dead dogmas, and in abstract heavens. The politician deals in power, in numbers, and in the glory of the future. Both are head-oriented, but the woman lives in the present. She cares for the child today. She loves the man today. She celebrates the flower today. Her orientation is naturally toward love and life. And love is the one thing that cannot be organized. You can organize a church, you can organize a state, but you cannot organize a love affair. The moment you try, it dies. Because the woman is the embodiment of love and intuition. She is dangerous to the business of religion. A woman who is in touch with her own heart cannot be easily manipulated by the fear of hell. She knows that love is the only heaven. She cannot be easily seduced by the politician's call to war because she knows the value of life. She carries life within her for 9 months. She gives birth to it in pain and joy. To her, every soldier is someone's son. She doesn't see a hero, she sees a tragedy. The priest and the politician need to suppress the feminine in order to keep the world in a state of constant conflict and ambition. They have called the woman the door to hell. They have said she is temptation. They have burned her as a witch. When she used her natural intuition to heal people with herbs, this was nothing but the mafia protecting its monopoly on healing and holy knowledge. By destroying the feminine energy within society and within each individual, they have created a lopsided world, a world that is all head, and no heart. And a world without a heart is a world that is heading toward a global suicide. Look at our technology. It is the result of a heartless intelligence. We have the power to destroy the planet many times over, but we don't have the compassion to feed a hungry child. This heartlessness is the signature of the mafia. They want a world of warriors and workers, not a world of lovers and poets. They have turned the man into a machine and the woman into a slave. And even more tragically, they have made the man despise the feminine qualities within himself. If a man cries, they say he is weak. If a man is sensitive, they say he is unmanly. If a man is intuitive, they laugh at him. But these are the very qualities that make a human being whole. To be whole, you must be both. You must have the strength of the masculine and the sensitivity of the feminine. This is what I call the new man. He is a synthesis of the two. The politician and the priest are terrified of this synthesis. They want a divided world because a divided world is a weak world. They have divided the nations, they have divided the religions, and they have divided your very soul. They have set your reason against your emotion, your body against your spirit. My work is to bring these together. My sannyasins are a celebration of wholeness. We don't renounce the body to find the soul. We live in the body so totally that the soul becomes a visible reality. We don't renounce the world to find God. We love the world so deeply that God is found in every stone and every leaf. Look at the holy books they provide. They are all written by men, for men, to maintain the power of man. They are full of rules about what women should wear, how they should speak, and how they should obey. This is not divine revelation. This is just male ego disguised as the voice of God. If God is the creator of this universe, then God must be as much feminine as masculine. In fact, existence is more like a mother than a father. It nurtures us, it carries us, it waits for us to bloom. But the mafia has turned God into a judge, a tyrant, a big brother in the sky who is constantly watching you and waiting for you to make a mistake. This God is a creation of the priest's own mind, projected onto the screen of the unknown. And the politician loves this God because he provides the ultimate justification for authority. If there is a king of kings in heaven, then the king on earth must be respected. It is a pyramid of power that starts with the humble citizen at the bottom and ends with the Almighty at the top. But I tell you, there is no top and no bottom. Existence is a circle, a dance where everyone is a center. You are not a subject of anyone, not of a state and not of a church. You are a sovereign being. The business of religion also uses the concept of charity to hide its crimes. They collect billions of dollars from the people and they give a few pennies back to the poor, and they do it with such fanfare. They want to be seen as the greatest humanitarians. But why are there poor people in the first place? In a world with so much technology, so much land, and so much intelligence, poverty is a crime, and the criminals are the politicians and the priests who keep the wealth concentrated in a few hands and use the rest for war and monuments. If there were no poverty, the priest would lose his business of compassion. He needs the poor so that he can feel holy by helping them. He needs the orphans so that he can build holy institutions. I say to you, we don't need charity, we need justice. We don't need missions, we need a global management of resources. But the politician will not allow this because it would mean the end of national boundaries. And the priest will not allow this because it would mean the end of his holy monopoly on goodness. They are both parasites. A parasite is an organism, is his of another organism without giving anything back. The politician lives off your labor, and the priest lives off your soul. They are the mafia of the soul because they have stolen your very essence. They have made you feel that you are nothing without them. They have made you feel that you are a lost sheep in need of a shepherd. But I am here to tell you that the shepherd is the wolf in disguise. You don't need to be saved, you only need to be unconditioned. Unconditioning is the process of peeling away the layers of the onion. You peel away the layer of Christianity, you peel away the layer of nationalism, you peel away the layer of gender roles, and you keep peeling until there is nothing left. That nothingness is your true self. In the East, we call it Sunya. It is not a negative emptiness, it is a positive fullness. It is the womb of existence from which all things are born. When you reach that center, you find that you are one with the whole. And in that oneness, there is no fear. Fear is the fuel that runs the machine of the mafia. Fear of death, fear of judgment, fear of loneliness. They have made you afraid of being alone, so you join their crowds. They have made you afraid of being wrong, so you follow their right way. But I say to you, be alone. Aloneness is not loneliness. Loneliness is the absence of the other. Aloneness is the presence of the self. It is a beautiful state. It is the state where you are so full of yourself that you don't need anyone to complete you. And only a person who is comfortable in their aloneness is capable of true love. The priest and the politician don't want you to be alone. They want you to be social. They want you to be a team player. They want you to be part of the organization. Because an organization can be controlled, but an individual cannot. An individual is a wild phenomenon. He is like the wind that blows where it will. The organization is like the air in a tire. It is trapped. It is under pressure. And its only purpose is to carry the weight of the machine. I want you to be the wind, not the air in the tire. The mafia has managed to stay in power by making the world a very serious place. They have turned life into a duty, a trial, a responsibility. But existence is not serious. Look at the trees. Look at the birds. Look at the clouds. Is there any seriousness there? The roses don't bloom with a serious face. The sun doesn't rise with a sense of duty. Seriousness is a disease of the mind. It is the gravity that pulls the soul down. My way is the way of levity, the way of laughter, the way of playfulness. I have been called the Zorba the Buddha because I want to bring the two together. Zorba is the man of the earth. He loves wine. He loves women, he loves song. He is materialistic in the best sense of the word. Buddha is the man of the sky. He loves silence, he loves meditation, he loves the ultimate. The mafia has kept them separate. They have said that you must choose. If you want to be spiritual, you must be miserable. You must fast. You must renounce the world. If you want to be materialistic, you must be a sinner. You must be shallow. This is a lie. I want my sannyasins to be Zorba the Buddha. I want you to be as capable of dancing in a disco as you are of sitting in silent meditation. I want you to enjoy the best food, the best clothes, the best life has to offer, and at the same time stay utterly detached and silent within. This is the wholeness of the new man. And this wholeness is the death of the mafia, because a whole man cannot be divided, and a whole man cannot be made to feel guilty. The priest and the politician are the shadow dwellers. They live in the dark corners of the human psyche. They thrive on the unconscious parts of your mind. As you bring the light of awareness into your life, these shadows simply disappear. You don't have to fight the mafia, you just have to wake up. When you are awake, you see that the walls of the prison are made of paper. You can just walk through them. But they have spent thousands of years convincing you that the walls are made of solid stone. They use tradition as a way to keep you in the paper prison. They say, this is the way it has always been done. This is the way our fathers and grandfathers lived. But why should you live the life of your grandfather? He lived in a different time, with different problems and different understandings. To follow tradition is to be a dead man walking. It is to be a copy, not an original. Existence loves originals. Every person is a unique experiment of the divine. Why destroy that experiment by becoming a follower? The politician uses patriotism as his version of tradition. He says, my country, right or wrong. This is the most wrong statement a human being can make. If your country is wrong, it is your responsibility to say so. To follow blindly is to be a slave. And this blind patriotism is what allows the politician to lead millions of people to their deaths. He makes you feel that you are noble for dying for a line on a map. But there are no lines on the earth. The earth is one. We are one humanity. The mafia needs the lines because without them, there would be no them to fight against. And without an enemy, there is no need for a leader. They create the enemy to keep you in fear. For the Christian, the enemy is the infidel. For the American, the enemy is the communist. For the Hindu, the enemy is the Mohammedan. It is a constant game of us versus them. But I tell you, there is no them, there is only us. The person on the other side of the border has the same heart, the same fears, the same dreams as you. He also wants to love and be loved. He also wants his children to grow up in peace. He is not your enemy. The mafia that tells you he is your enemy, that is the enemy. The politician and the priest have turned the earth into a vast armory. We are sitting on enough nuclear weapons to destroy the world 70 times over. Why? Because the mafia is paranoid. They are so invested in their power that they are willing to destroy the whole of existence rather than give it up. This is the ultimate insanity. And this insanity is the logical conclusion of 5,000 years of priests and politicians. They have reached the end of their tether. They have no more answers, only more bombs. The only answer is a global rebellion of the individual. Not a rebellion with guns and stones. That is the politician's way. I am talking about a rebellion of the consciousness. A rebellion where you refuse to be a resource. You refuse to be a citizen or a believer. You simply become a human being. If enough people do this, the whole structure of the mafia will collapse. It is built on your cooperation. If you stop cooperating, they are finished. Imagine a world without borders. Imagine a world where there are no nations and no organized religions. Imagine a world where every person is free to pursue their own truth, to live their own life, and to share their joy with others. This is not a dream. It is the only alternative to global destruction, and it starts with you. It starts with your own silence, your own awareness, and your own courage. The mafia of the soul will try to tell you that this is chaos. They say that without them there would be no law and order. But look at their order. It is the order of the graveyard. It is the order of the prison. I am talking about a different kind of order, a spontaneous order, the order of the forest, where everything grows in harmony without a leader, the order of the stars, which move in perfect balance without a politician. This spontaneous order is the result of freedom, not of law. When you are free, you are responsible. This is a very important point to understand. The mafia has made you irresponsible by giving you rules. You don't have to think, you just have to follow the rules. If something goes wrong, you can blame the system. But when you are free, you have no one to blame. You are responsible for every action, every thought, every word, and this responsibility makes you alert. It makes you intelligent. It makes you compassionate. A free man doesn't need a law to tell him not to kill. His own compassion makes it impossible. The priest and the politician have destroyed your responsibility by giving you ideals. They tell you how you should be. And because you can never live up to these impossible ideals, you feel guilty. And when you feel guilty, you are weak. And when you are weak, you are dependent. It is a perfect circle of exploitation. I say, drop the ideals. There is no should. There is only what is. Be totally what you are. If you are angry, be angry. If you are sad, be sad. If you are joyful, be joyful. In that isness, you will find a natural intelligence that will guide you better than any commandment. This natural intelligence is what the mafia is most afraid of. They want to replace your intelligence with their information. They want to fill your head with facts and beliefs so that you don't have the space to see the truth. They want you to be a learned person, not a wise person. A learned person is someone who knows everything about the past, but nothing about himself. A wise person is someone who may not know anything about the scriptures, but knows his own heart. My sannyasins are not interested in being learned. We are interested in being innocent. We want to unlearn everything that the mafia has taught us. We want to return to the state of the child. But it is a different kind of childhood. It is a conscious childhood. A child is innocent because he doesn't know. A sage is innocent because he has seen the futility of knowing. Both are in the same space of wonder and mystery. The mafia of the soul hates mystery. They want everything to be explained, categorized, and labeled. They have given you a God who is a person with a name and a set of rules. They have given you a heaven that is a place with golden streets. They have taken the vast, infinite mystery of existence and turned it into a nursery rhyme. Why? Because a mystery cannot be controlled, but a belief can. I want to give you back your mystery. I want you to see that you are living in a miracle that cannot be explained. When you see the mystery, you become silent. You don't have any more answers, only questions. And these questions lead you deeper and deeper into the heart of existence. You find that the truth is not a destination, but a way of walking. It is a process of discovery that never ends. And in this process, there is a joy that is beyond words. This is the religiousness I am talking about. It has nothing to do with the forms of religion. It is a personal, individual flight of the alone to the alone. The priest and the politician are the middlemen. They stand between you and the truth, and they charge a fee. The politician charges you in taxes and obedience. The priest charges you in money and soul. I say, fire the middlemen. You don't need them. You are in direct contact with existence every moment. The air you breathe is the divine. The sun that warms you is the divine. The love you feel in your heart is the divine. You are already at the destination. You just need to open your eyes and see it. The conspiracy of the mafia is finally being exposed. For centuries they could hide behind their holy masks. But the light of modern intelligence is becoming too bright for them. People are starting to see the business behind the spirituality. They are starting to see the greed behind the politics. This is a moment of great crisis, but also a moment of great opportunity. If we can survive the death throes of the old world, we can create a new world, a world of the Zorba, the Buddha. This new world will not be based on belief but on experience. It will not be based on authority but on freedom. It will not be based on competition but on communion. It will be a world where every person is a light unto themselves. And in that light, the mafia of the soul will have nowhere to hide. They will simply disappear like shadows when the sun is at the meridian. Don't wait for humanity to change. Humanity is just a word. Only the individual is real. You are humanity. If you change, humanity has changed. If you become free, the world is a little bit more free. If you become silent, the world is a little bit more silent. Don't look for a leader to lead you to the promised land. The promised land is right here, right now, within you. Just take the first step. The first step is the last step. The first step is to say no to the mafia and yes to your own life. This yes is the greatest prayer. It is not a prayer to a God in the sky. It is a prayer to the life within you. It is a commitment to your own truth, your own joy, and your own freedom. And as you say yes to your life, you will find that the whole universe says yes to you. You are no longer a sinner or a slave. You are a part of the divine symphony. You are a Buddha in the making. The mafia will try to pull you back. They will use their laws, their morals, and their guilt. But they can only pull you back if you are still unconscious. The moment you are aware, their power is gone. Awareness is the ultimate protection. It is like a light that you carry with you. In that light, you can see the traps they have set for you. You can see the poison they have put in your food, and you can simply walk around them. The journey of the new man is a journey into the unknown. It is a journey without maps and without guarantees. But that is the beauty of it. It is a real adventure. The old world was a sure thing, a sure way to a slow death. The new world is a mystery, a way to an eternal life. Which one will you choose? Will you stay in the comfort of your chains, or will you take the risk of your freedom? I am here to encourage you to take that risk. I am here to tell you that you are worth it. You are not dust. You are divinity. You are not a worm. You are a god. The priest and the politician have lied to you for 5,000 years. It is time to stop listening to them. It is time to start listening to your own heart. It is time to start living your own life. The silence is calling you. The truth is calling you. The freedom is calling you. Don't look back. The past is dead. The mafia is dying. The future is waiting to be created by your awareness. Be a creator, not a follower. Be a Zorba and be a Buddha. Be whole, be free, be yourself. This is the only way to save the world, and it is the only way to find yourself. The day is coming when we will look back at this time as the dark ages of humanity. We will wonder how we could have been so blind, how we could have allowed these parasites to rule over us for so long. But that day will only come if we have the courage to wake up now. If we don't wake up, there will be no one left to look back. The choice is ours. Life or death, freedom or slavery, awareness or ignorance. I choose life. I choose freedom. I choose awareness. And I invite you to join me in this celebration. Let us make this earth a temple of joy. Let us make our lives a dance of the divine. Let us show the mafia of the soul that their business is closed for good. We have found the truth, and the truth has made us free. And in that freedom, we are finally whole. This freedom is not something that can be gifted to you by a government, nor can it be blessed upon you by a clergyman. It is an internal flame that you must discover for yourself. For thousands of years, the priest and the politician have worked together to ensure that this flame stays buried under the cold ashes of tradition. They have made you afraid of your own light. They have told you that you are a sinner, that you are ignorant, and that without their guidance you will fall into a pit of darkness. But the truth is exactly the opposite. They are the darkness, and your awareness is the only light that can dissolve them. Think about the way they have poisoned the very concept of intelligence. The priest and the politician do not want you to be intelligent. They want you to be intellectual. There is a vast difference between the two. Intellect is a product of the memory. It is borrowed. You can go to a university, read 1,000 books, and become an intellectual. You will have a degree, you will know all the right answers, and you will be able to argue about any subject under the sun. But you will not have an ounce of your own intelligence. Your head will be full of other people's thoughts, but your heart will be empty. Intelligence, on the other hand, is a product of awareness. It is your own capacity to see the truth without the help of a middleman. The mafia of the soul loves the intellectual because he is easy to manage. He lives in his head, and the head is where the conditioning happens. But they are terrified of the intelligent man because he sees through their games. He doesn't look at the scriptures, he looks at the reality. He doesn't listen to the politicians' promises, he watches the politicians' actions. An intelligent person is a rebel by his very nature. Not that he wants to fight anyone, but he refuses to be part of any collective madness. He is a person, not a number. And for the mafia, a person is a problem. They prefer the masses, the crowd, the faithful, the citizens. These are all labels for people who have sacrificed their intelligence for the sake of security. This security is the biggest lie they sell. They say, follow us and we will protect you. The politician says he will protect you from the enemy in the next country. The priest says he will protect you from the devil in the next life. But who will protect you from them? They are the ones who create the enemy and the devil in the first place. It is like a man who sets your house on fire and then offers to sell you a bucket of water. This is the business model of the mafia. They create the fear and then they sell you the safety. And what is the price of this safety? The price is your life. You spend your whole life being a good boy or a good girl, doing exactly what you are told, following every ritual, paying every tax, and at the end of it, what do you have? You have a sense of utter emptiness. You have lived someone else's life. You have been a Christian, a Hindu, a communist, or a capitalist, but you have never been you. This is the greatest tragedy that can happen to a human being. To have the opportunity to be a god and to spend it being a slave. The priest and the politician have made sure that you stay in this state by keeping you occupied. They give you so many things to worry about. You have to worry about the morality of your neighbors. You have to worry about the economy of the nation. You have to worry about the salvation of your soul. They keep your mind spinning like a hamster in a wheel. And as long as you are spinning, you never stop to ask, where am I going? What is all this for? They want you to have a purpose, but they want to be the ones who define that purpose. I say to you, life has no purpose other than itself. To look for a purpose beyond life is to miss the beauty of the present moment. A rose doesn't bloom with a purpose. It blooms because it is its nature to bloom. A bird doesn't sing to achieve a goal. It sings because it is overflowing with joy. Your life should be like that, an overflow, a celebration, a dance without a destination. But the mafia cannot allow a dance without a destination. Because a dancer who is happy in the now has no need for their tomorrows. This tomorrow is the most dangerous drug they have. They have made you addicted to the future. The politician promises a great society in the future, and the priest promises a paradise in the future. They have made the present a desert so that you will keep looking at the mirage on the horizon. But the horizon is always out there. It never becomes here. And here is the only place where life happens. By making you future-oriented, they have stolen your life. They have turned you into a hope-aholic. Hope is the opposite of life. Hope is the expectation that things will be better later. Life is the realization that everything is perfect now. Even the imperfections are part of the perfection of the whole. When you understand this, you stop hoping and you start living. And the moment you start living, the priest and the politician lose their power over you. They can only rule over a person who is dissatisfied. They can only lead a person who is looking for a way out. If you are happy where you are, you don't need a leader. The mafia has also corrupted the idea of love. They have turned love into a duty, into a legal contract, into a social obligation. They tell you that you should love your parents, you should love your country, you should love God. But love cannot be a should. Love is a spontaneous flowering. If it is there, it is there. If it is not there, no amount of should can create it. By moralizing love, they have destroyed its beauty. They have turned it into a cold, heavy burden. In my vision, love is the ultimate freedom. It is the sharing of your bliss. When you are silent, when you are centered, when you are overflowing with your own being, you love. You love the trees, you love the people, you love the stars. You don't love someone, you are love. And this quality of love is the most revolutionary force in existence. It knows no boundaries, it knows no nations, it knows no religions. It is a direct communion with the divine. The mafia is terrified of this love because it makes all their divisions look like the nonsense they are. How can you fight a war if you love the person on the other side? How can you belong to a church if you see the divine in everyone, not just the chosen few? Real love is the death of the priest and the politician. That is why they have replaced it with respectability. They want you to be respectable, which means you follow the rules of the mafia. They don't want you to be loving, because love is wild and unpredictable. Love obeys no one but itself. The politician and the priest are also masters of language. They use words to hide the truth, not to reveal it. They talk about peace, but they are always preparing for war. They talk about freedom, but they are always passing new laws to restrict it. They talk about God, but they are only interested in power. You have to learn to look past the words. You have to develop a bullshit detector. And the only way to do that is through meditation. Meditation is the art of being silent. When you are silent, you can hear the truth. When you are full of thoughts, you only hear the echo of the mafia's conditioning. Meditation is like cleaning a mirror. When the mirror is clean, it reflects the world exactly as it is. When the mirror is covered with the dust of beliefs and ideologies, it gives you a distorted image. The priest and the politician want your mirror to be as dusty as possible. They want you to see the world through their filters. My work is to help you throw away the filters. I am not giving you a new belief system. I am giving you a disbelief system. I want you to doubt everything they have told you. I want you to doubt my words too. Don't believe me. Experience what I am saying. If it rings true in your own heart, then it is your truth. If it doesn't, throw it away. I am not here to be your leader. I am here to be a catalyst for your own awakening. The mafia of the soul has lasted for 5,000 years because they have been very serious. They have made God a serious business. They have made spirituality a serious business. But existence is not serious. It is playful. In India we call it Leela, the divine play. God is not a creator who made the world and is now sitting in judgment. God is the creative energy that is dancing in the world right now. To find God, you don't need a prayer. You need a laughter. Laughter is the most spiritual thing in the world. When you laugh totally, your ego disappears. For a split second, you are one with the whole. Have you ever seen a serious saint? They look like they have a chronic stomach ache. They are so busy being holy that they have forgotten how to be human. They have suppressed their joy, their sexuality, their laughter, and they call it saintliness. I call it sickness. A real sage is someone who is full of laughter, full of song, full of life. He is a child who has grown up without losing his wonder. The priest and the politician hate laughter because it is disrespectful. You cannot laugh at a holy book or a national anthem without being called a traitor or a heretic. Why? Because their power is based on your seriousness. If you start laughing at them, their authority dissolves. Laughter is the ultimate weapon against the mafia. When you see the absurdity of their dogmas, when you see the ridiculousness of their pomp and circumstance, you can no longer be controlled by them. You are free. The business of religion is a business of suppression. They tell you to suppress your anger, suppress your sex, suppress your greed. But suppression doesn't work. It only pushes the energy into the basement of your unconscious, where it turns into poison. A suppressed man is a volcano waiting to explode. And the mafia uses that explosion for their own purposes. They use the suppressed anger of the youth to fight their wars. They use the suppressed sexuality of the priest to create guilt, which brings the people back to the church for confession. It is a very clever system. I say to you, don't suppress, transform. Transform your anger into compassion. Transform your sex into love. Transform your greed into sharing. And this transformation can only happen through awareness. If you are aware of your anger, it loses its grip on you. If you are aware of your sexuality, it becomes a door to the divine. Awareness is the alchemy that turns the base metal of your instincts into the gold of your consciousness. The priest and the politician will tell you that this is dangerous. They say that if people are free to follow their own awareness, there will be anarchy. But look at the order they have created. It is an order based on violence, on exploitation, on fear. If this is order, then I prefer anarchy. But true freedom doesn't lead to anarchy. It leads to harmony. When every person is centered in their own being, there is a natural harmony that arises between them. It is the harmony of a garden, not the harmony of a graveyard. In a graveyard, everything is ordered because everything is dead. In a garden, there is a beautiful mess. The trees are all different. The flowers are all different, but they all grow together in a single intent to celebrate life. I want the world to be a garden, not a graveyard. I want the world to be a celebration of diversity, not a factory of conformity. The mafia wants you to be a brick in their wall. I want you to be a wild flower in the sun. This wild flower doesn't need a scripture to know how to grow. It doesn't need a politician to give it permission to bloom. It just follows its own nature, and that is the secret of the new man. The new man is someone who follows his own nature, regardless of the consequences. He is a rebel with a cause, and the cause is life. He is someone who has the courage to be himself in a world that is trying to make him someone else. The politician and the priest will try to crush this wild flower. They will use their laws, their morals, and their punishments, but they cannot crush the spirit of the wild flower. Even if they kill the body, the fragrance remains. Look at Socrates. Look at Al-Hillaj Mansur. Look at Sarmad. They were all killed by the mafia of their time. But who remembers the judges who poisoned Socrates? Who remembers the priests who killed Mansur? No one. But the fragrance of Socrates and Mansur is still with us. It is the fragrance of truth. Truth is not something that can be voted on. It is not something that can be legislated. It is something that is discovered by the individual in the depths of his own silence. And once you have found the truth, you are no longer a victim of the mafia. You have a strength that is not of this world. You have a joy that cannot be taken away. You are in the world, but not of it. This is the state of the sannyasin. A sannyasin is not someone who has renounced the world. A sannyasin is someone who has renounced the lies of the world. He lives in the world. He enjoys the world, but he is not owned by the world. He is free to love, free to work, free to play, because he knows that his real home is within. He is a Zorba the Buddha, a bridge between the earth and the sky. The mafia will tell you that this is an egoistic way of living. They say you should sacrifice yourself for the common good. But what is this common good? It is just another word for the mafia's profit. If you are not happy, you cannot make anyone else happy. If you are not free, you cannot help anyone else to be free. The greatest service you can do for the world is to be yourself, to be blissful, to be awake. An awake person is a blessing to the whole of existence. The politician wants you to be a server, and the priest wants you to be a servant. I want you to be a master. Not a master of others, that is just another form of slavery, but a master of yourself. A master is someone who is no longer a slave to his own mind. He is someone who can use the mind when he needs it and put it aside when he doesn't. He is the witness of his own thoughts and feelings. This witnessing is the key to your freedom. When you watch your thoughts, you realize that you are not your thoughts. When you watch your emotions, you realize that you are not your emotions. You are the watcher. And the watcher is beyond the reach of the mafia. They can control your mind, they can control your body, but they cannot control your awareness. Awareness is the only thing that is truly yours. Everything else is borrowed from the society. The priest and the politician have done everything to make you forget your awareness. They have filled your life with noise. The noise of television, the noise of politics, the noise of sermons. They want you to be distracted from the silence within. Because in that silence you are God. In that silence you are free. In that silence you are whole. My message is very simple. Stop being distracted. Turn your attention inward. Find the still point in the center of the star. And once you have found it, stay there. Let the world go on with its madness. Let the politicians fight for their thrones. Let the priests argue about their dogmas. You just stay in your own center. And from that center, you will see a world that is totally different from the one the mafia has shown you. You will see a world where everything is interconnected. You will see that you are not separate from the trees, the animals, the people. You will see that there is only one life flowing through all of us. And in that vision, all your prejudices will vanish. You will no longer be a white man or a black man, an American or a Russian, a Christian or a Jew. You will just be a part of the whole. And to be a part of the whole is to be holy. This holiness has nothing to do with the church. It has nothing to do with virtue. It is a state of oneness with existence. It is the realization that thou art that. You are the stars. You are the ocean. You are the sun. You are the beginning and you are the end. You are the Almighty itself, dreaming that you are a human being. The mafia of the soul wants you to stay in the dream. They want you to keep dreaming that you are a miserable sinner who needs their help. I am here to wake you up. I am here to tell you, stop the dream. Open your eyes. You are already what you are looking for. You are already at the destination. The path was just a joke, and the guide was just a shadow. When you wake up, you will have a big laugh. You will see how you have been fooled for so many years. You will see how the priest and the politician have played a game with your life. But you won't be angry. You will just be amused, because you will see that they are also dreaming. They are also victims of their own conditioning. You will have a deep compassion for them. The same way you have compassion for a child who is afraid of a ghost under his bed. This compassion is the final stage of your awakening. It is a love that asks for nothing in return. It is a peace that cannot be disturbed. It is a joy that is its own reward. And this is the end of the mafia, not because you fought them, but because you outgrew them. You simply walked out of their world into your own. The world the mafia has created is a world of labels. They label you by your nationality, by your race, by your religion, by your profession. These labels are like price tags in a shop. They tell the world how much you are worth, but you are priceless. No label can capture your reality. You are a mystery that cannot be defined. By accepting their labels, you have accepted your own commodification. You have allowed yourself to be turned into a thing. I want you to throw away all the labels. Don't be a this or a that. Just be. Be a pure presence. In that purity, you will find a dignity that no politician can give you. In that presence, you will find a grace that no priest can manufacture. You will be a king without a kingdom, an emperor without a palace. And that is the only way to be a real human being. The politician and the priest are always talking about the future of humanity. But there is no such thing as humanity. There are only individuals. If the individual is free, the world is free. If the individual is happy, the world is happy. Don't worry about the future of the world. Just worry about your own here and now. If you can make this moment a moment of truth, you have done more for humanity than all the politicians and priests put together. This moment of truth is the only thing that can save us. We are at a point where we have to choose. Either we wake up or we perish. The mafia of the soul is leading us to a global graveyard. Their ideologies are bankrupt. Their faiths are dead. And their politics are insane. The only thing that can stop them is your awareness. Your awareness is the brake on the machine of destruction. So be aware. Be aware of every breath, every step, every thought. Don't let a single moment pass in unconsciousness. This is the only sadhana, the only spiritual practice you need. It is not something you do for an hour a day. It is a way of living every second of your life. It is the greatest rebellion because it is a rebellion against your own sleep. The priest and the politician will tell you that this is too difficult. They say that only a few can achieve it. But I tell you, it is the easiest thing in the world because it is your natural state. To be asleep takes effort. You have to keep feeding the mind with distractions. To be awake takes no effort. You just have to be. You just have to stop. Stop the running. Stop the chasing. Stop the hoping. Just sit silently and look at the wall. Or look at a tree. Or look at your own breath. And in that stopping, the whole world of the mafia disappears. You are left with the ultimate reality. You are left with existence. And existence is beautiful. Existence is divine. Existence is you. Never forget that. No matter what the world tells you, no matter what the mafia does to you, never forget that you are a divine being. You are a God in exile. And the time has come to end the exile. The time has come to come home. The door is open. The light is on. Existence is waiting for you. Don't listen to the priest who says the door is locked. Don't listen to the politician who says the light is dangerous. Just walk in. It is your house. It has always been your house. You just forgot the way because you were listening to the mafia of the soul. But now you have heard the voice of your own heart. And that voice is the only one that matters. Follow that voice. It will lead you to the truth. It will lead you to the freedom. It will lead you to the love. And once you have found those, you will see that the priest and the politician were just shadows in your dream. They never really existed. Only you exist. Only the divine exists, and you and the divine are one. This oneness is the end of the journey, and it is the beginning of a new life, a life without fear, without guilt, without conflict, a life of pure joy. And that joy is the only answer to the mafia. When you are joyful, you are invincible. When you are joyful, you are free. So be joyful. Be ecstatic. Be a Zorba the Buddha. And let the whole world know that the business of religion is over and the life of celebration has begun. The conspiracy of the priest and the politician is a conspiracy against joy. They want you to be serious because serious people are easy to manipulate. But a joyful person is a rebel. A joyful person is a person who has found his own treasure. And he doesn't need anyone else to tell him how to live. He is his own light. He is his own path. He is his own goal. May you all find this joy. May you all find this freedom. May you all find the Zorba, the Buddha within you. This is my only wish for you. This is my only message to the world. Let us celebrate our life and let the mafia disappear in the light of our celebration. The morning has come, the sun is up, it is time to live. As we part ways for now, remember that this is not the end of our dialogue. The truth is an eternal conversation. Keep looking within, keep watching, and keep laughing. The world is a beautiful place, and you are its most beautiful part. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Don't let the mafia dim your light. Shine as bright as you can. For you are the soul of the universe, and the universe is in love with you. Be blessed, be free, be whole, and above all, be you. The world has plenty of Christians, plenty of Hindus, plenty of politicians. What the world needs is you, the unique, original, divine mystery that you are. Go out and be that mystery, and the world will never be the same again. Goodbye for now, but remember, in the silence of your heart, I am always with you, for we are made of the same light and we are headed for the same ocean. Let us meet there in the vastness of the divine. Love is the answer, silence is the way, and bliss is the destination. Blessings to you all.